We are still in breakfast mode right now. Thank you very much to Linda Aragon Catering for catering this morning's breakfast. So if you haven't got your Wheaties, your breakfast burrito, your coffee, your fruit, there is still some in the lobby area. Just ask the wonderful people, helpers, where you can find breakfast. So once again, make sure you eat, take care of yourself today, and we'll get started shortly around 9:30-ish. Well, Ghostbuster is here. Good morning, relatives. I hope you're doing well. Just a quick announcement. We are waiting for some NACA students to get here. So if you haven't gotten your breakfast burrito, your fruit, your coffee, make sure you do that before the students get here. And once again, thank you very much for coming out and being with us and supporting in community. And happy Halloween if you celebrate Halloween. I know we sometimes look scary all year, but this is the time to do it. So, but if you're dressed in your traditional wear, your regalia, all of you look very, very beautiful and handsome. So thank you very much for coming out again. And once again, the theme that you'll see across the board with the breakout sessions and just the conversations is our roots of story and culture, rising through education, opportunity, and transformation. So once again, this is the 4th annual Urban Indigenous Education Summit here at the Bonifacio Professional Development Building. I think that's what it's called. So once again, if you haven't got your coffee or breakfast, please do so. And please enjoy the sweet 80 tunes of Halloween. We'll see you in a bit. As you guys are walking out, then that's when it's live. Yeah. Dr. Janalee Livingston, raise your hand if you're in the house. Come to you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What's up? How you doing? How you doing, brother? All right, relatives, our students are starting to roll in, so this is what it's all about. And throughout the day, instead of speaking over the music. And throughout the day, we'll have our community partners set up here in the back. We have the New Mexico Public Education Department. We have 988, Americans for Indian Opportunity, Institute of American Indian Arts, AKA IAIA. And we have SIPI, Southwestern Indian Polytechnic Institute. And we got a guy selling some nice beadwork here as well. So, asking to make you a medallion. So once again, thank you very much for coming out. And we're going to get the party started. Miss Clem Wings, good to see you. So let me get on stage and we'll get situated. So, all right, start stretching because it's going to start. All right, relatives, are you ready? Yeah. Clap twice if you can hear me. Clap once if you can hear me. And let me hear you say, yeah. One more time, yeah. Awesome. Welcome everybody to the 4th Annual Urban Indigenous Education Summit. So thank you very much for coming out, waking up to be with us today. Like I said, it's all about the students, so we're very happy that they're here to join us. And with every event, there's a purpose. There's a certain theme that goes along with why we do what we do, and also too how our presentations that have been constructed, designed, created by community champions, they have something to go off of. So this year's theme is our roots of story and culture, rising through education, opportunity, and transformation. So find those little nuggets of knowledge, of heartfelt wisdom in the presentations that you will participate in, but also too, you're gonna have some keynote speakers up here as well. So once again, I'm just very happy to be here. I'm tired. I got in at 1 a.m. from a trip, but I had to be here. So once again, like all of our communities, we want to start the day out right. So we have some champions that are going to come out and share some positive vibes with you in regard to getting our day started. So I'm very happy to see her, Ms. Colleen Gorman. I've known her since my NACA days. Her son attended NACA back in the day. So she has some students from Del Norte High School who are going to come out and do the opening song in a good way, Navajo blessing song, Mother Earth.
Do you have it on? Yeah, I have it on. Okay. You're standing right there.
It's quietly awkward.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead. All right, Gabe.
Shike, Nahazan Vijad Shijad, Nahazan Shigun Shigad, Nahazan Vinashina, Nahazan Vijad Shijad, Nahazan Vihishike, Shinsike, Hey, Atova Hajo, Hey, Atova Hajo, Hey, Neo. Nahazan Pizzazin, Nahazan Vikeshike, Nahazan Bicha shijat, nahazam vigan shigan, nahazam vinashana, nahazam vijat shijat, nahazam jihizike shihizike. Hey, atova jo, hey, atova jo, hey, hey,
Thank you. And we have Gibwanasi McKay from the Cree Nation and Aztec on the drum. Then we have Abigail Twitachini, Navajo or Diné Nation, and we have Antwashia, aka Annie Yatsidi, also from Navajo Nation. So thank you for.
All right, thank you very much for sharing your voices. You can leave the mics on the table. All right, so thank you very much. So definitely that music gets our blood flowing, gets our hearts, our minds, our spirits ready for the day. I want to introduce another gentleman. I've known him for a very long time. He's a former student from the Native American Community Academy. He is from Walatoa, aka Jemez Pueblo, and it's an honor to invite him up. He's been making moves all over the state, in the country as well, sharing his voice and the gift of song. But he's a team member at Samia Project, so look him up, follow him. They're very active in the community. So it is my pleasure, my honor to bring Mr. Emmett Yepa to the stage.
Good morning. Thank you all for having me.
Thank you very much, Emmett Yepa. Thank you very much for that honor song. Definitely honor each and every one of you, your families for letting you be here, your bosses for letting you be here. So without further ado, I'd like to bring up another young champion as well, who is going to share some words to get us started. So when she comes up, if everybody could please stand as well. She is Lozen Black Hat. She is an 11th grader at Albuquerque High School, and she'll be sharing some positive blessings with us.
Oh, yeah, it's a dolce than that. She Lozen Black Hat, that's a Albuquerque High, the English thought all the English do she don't a chishinishle, Kachini Bashin, my days, Che, but I need a Chanel, Shema a Chishimontoya will ya, do Shija a Tully Black Cat will ya. Shemasana a Dolly Manson will ya, do Che a Miss Johnson will ya. Akotego e azarenishle. Today, I will be starting this day off in a good way. It's so nice seeing all of you gathered here for this event. And we're going to be opening with the Navajo Blessing Way. It's a traditional prayer that we would say in the morning. To keep up with tradition, I will advise that I will be facing east, because in Navajo, in prayer, you would always face the east. I would like to thank my teacher, Ms. Johnson, for teaching me this. And I'd like to thank my family and my friends and everyone who came out here. Yeah. So in this prayer, I will be stopping for 1 minute in the middle of it, just so that you could add your own words and your own blessings to it. Kwado hojogo, nehemanastan yedelishitra, kwadogo hojogo nashato, shichiche hojogo nashato, shikete hojogo nashato, Shikage hojogo nashato, shiyage hojogo nashato, shizete hahojodo, tazo shinago hojogo nashato. Hajonahasi, 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 hajonahasi.
Dawa'e and Gume Harsame for everybody who shared this morning. And want to bring us back to here. Once again, that's a great way to start. And if you're watching, you're looking at your agenda right now, stop. Things happen the way they should. And I really feel it tests our patience sometimes. We get caught up in our Western way of thinking and going to events and meetings and things like that. But things happen the way it should be today. So take that. And if you could please stand up really quick. As you know, I like to get everybody involved. And make sure you can, you have space, because you're going to be using your arms really quick. I'm going to cut this short because I want to get us back on track as much as possible. But let me see. All right, let's take a collective breath in. 1, 2, 3, deep breath, and out. One more time, in and out. Hope you brushed your teeth. Hey. All right, you're gonna copy what I do. So make sure you're not around a bag. So you can go stomp, stomp, clap, clap. Stomp, stomp, clap, clap. Hand on your heart, deep breath, blow it out. Turn to your left and right, give that person next to you a high five or a fist pound. If you know them really well, give them a hug. All right, when I say snap it up, you're gonna go snap it up, snap it up. When I say clap it up, you're gonna go clap it up, clap it up. And when I say talk to me, you're gonna say, yeah, talk to me. Clap it up, snap it up, talk to me. Yeah, man, you guys are awesome and awake today. All right, so it is my pleasure to relay. Oh, you can sit down. You can sit down. I'm gonna get through this pretty quick so we can get back into the groove. So morning shout outs. We're starting with some positive vibes, positive words and songs that we want to give some people some morning shout outs while they're here. Huge shout out to Miss Kara Bobroff and her team for sponsoring and leading the organization of this year's event. So thank you very much. Highland High School in the house, Hornets. Also too, grateful for the planning committee. So without a planning committee, it's kind of, but we're very grateful for these champions who committed their time making this year's summit a success. Sharina Baker, UNM Institute of American Indian Education. Shannon Flagg, Movement is Medicine. Najoni Flagg, Albuquerque High School Senior. Steph Poston, Poston and Associates. Brandy Ami, City of Albuquerque Office of Native American Affairs. Zell Humitua, NISN, I should know how to say her name. I've known her for a long time. Terja Toya Wakanda from NACA. Richard Ulibarri, APS Education Department. Krista Chico, Native Professional Advancement Center, formerly known as National Indian Youth Council. And Kyle Tapaha, Americans for Indian Opportunity. And Heidi McDonough of One Generation. Let's give them a big round of applause. Hoop and holler for them. Thank you for your time and your commitment to giving back to our community and our youth. Also, too, is Superintendent Blakey in the house? Not yet. All right. But we have Danielle Gonzalez. She's carrying some things right there. Can you give a wave, Danielle? These are APS school board members. Here's the president right now. Ronalda Tome Warito. She's in the house as well. There you go. APS board member. Courtney Jackson. Is she here? Right there. Courtney Jackson. And Josefina Dominguez. Oh, she left, but we want to acknowledge her too. All right, so quick update on the costume. So you may see some students here with costumes. You may see some adults with costumes as well. So making sure that they're appropriate as well. But no, we have some youth and community members who are wearing their regalia as well. That is not a costume. We are not costumes, so I just wanted to make that clear. You're going to see a bunch of costumes today, but we're very happy you're representing today from your homelands, your culture, and being proud of who you are. So if you look scary today, cool. If you look funny today, cool. But if you're dressed in your regalia, your native attire, indigenous attire, very, very beautiful and handsome. So thank you very much. All right. Student incentive acknowledgements. So you, when you registered or checked in, you should have received a red ticket. This is for the incentives. So there's incentives that will be picked throughout the day. So make sure you have that red ticket handy. Amazing gifts, incentives to be distributed out. So that's a heads up. Wellness room, very important. So Serena and Shannon, as the leaders of the space, lots of self-care activities, arts and crafts, and medicine-making opportunities. This is in room 112, because we know sometimes you're not in the right headspace, or maybe you just need a break. Art and music and just obviously medicines can help you do that. So I'm very, very happy that's in play today. So thank you very much for contributing that. And also, to all participants are wearing all red name tags. And if you're wearing a red name tag, don't take their picture. I believe that's the case. So any photographers in the house, or you're taking pictures for your social media, just be on the lookout for those red name tags that those people do not want their picture taken. And I believe that is it. So I am ready to get back to the agenda. So Ms. Poston, if you want to make your way up here. So we have some community champions coming up to share some words about the experience. So I would like to invite to the stage right now. I've known her. Her son used to attend the Native American Community Academy. Steph Poston is from the Pueblo of Sandia. She is the she's a Native woman. Yes, give her applause. Native woman business owner of Poston and Associates. So let's give it up for Steph Poston. And joining her on stage is Dr. Janalee Livingston. She is a pharmacist, first-year resident. So give it up for her. And these are our keynote speakers for today. So a lot of information coming to you. And get your notepads out. All right, Steph.
Yeah, I think we're going to get our slideshow up here.
Okay. Please adjust this the way you want.
Great.
It should pop up.
Got it.
Right here.
I think we need you back up here. Snap, snap, clap, clap. I don't know. As we make
Okay.
the transition.
You could just click. You know how you,
Oh, it won't go the whole screen, or?
I don't know how to do that.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Hinamopoyu shiwemba, the daikam biana the bachuwem, hehu and the daikuwem, shurinke wem. Good morning, everybody. My name is Steph Poston. I'm a citizen of the Pueblo of Sandia. It's a tribe immediately north of here. Shout out to my fellow tribal member, Regina, back there with the 988 booth. Super excited to be here. Really enjoyed being a part of the planning committee for this initiative. Lots of great people on there committed to ensuring that students are successful. So really shout out to them again, please. A little bit about me. Here's a whole list. It has this and that, but one of the things that I'm most proud of is being the mom to two sons, Marcus and John. Marcus went to Native American Community Academy, and John went to Bernalillo High School, but those are, love my sons. They are an amazing human beings, and that's what I'd like to highlight from this list. So, my why, if you think about who are your ancestors that you call in today to help you through the day, to help you with prayer. So this is part of my why. My grandparents there, Pete and Concepcion Avila, had 14 children at the Pueblo of Sandia. My mom was one of 14 children. The next picture over is my oldest aunt, my Aunt Lucy. She's well into her 90s already. That's me in the middle, with a big forehead, scared kid in Head Start next to her. And next to me is the boy's dad, Aaron Chavez. And everybody laughs at this picture. Apparently I was sizing him up in Head Start. So, and then next to that picture is my son, Marcus, and he's holding some canes there. He has served as a little officer in the Pueblo of Sandia. And then my son, John, and then me on stage with my mom when I won Native Business Owner of the Year in Vegas. So just a little bit about my why and who I bring with me every day in terms of my core values and who I am as a Pueblo woman. I think already Leroy led us through some breathing exercise, but if I could have you just think of a positive word today. What word did you want to show up with today? You know, whether it's kindness, whether it's peace, whether it's community. But if you could just take a deep breath and hold that word for the day to carry you through the day. So I was asked to talk a little bit about my entrepreneurial journey. It was established in 2002. My friends started to say, hey, Steph, this was when I was working for my tribe, and some of my colleagues said, you should think about being an entrepreneur. I was like, that sounds hard. It sounds like too much work. Where do I even start? So thank God my friends pushed me along, and I started an LLC, what they call an LLC, but I became fully operational in May of 2004. And I scared the heck out of my mom because at the time my sons were 3 and 8. So I knew that she looked at me like, oh gosh, Steph usually lands on her feet, but I hope I have enough savings to help her with those kids. But 21 years later, I'm still here standing. I've never looked back. And it was the best choice that I ever made to start my entrepreneurial journey. The longest I've had, so I worked obviously I had those smaller jobs at McDonald's. I had jobs at the casino, calling bingo, all of that. Worked for the federal government 7 or 8 years, worked for my tribe 11, but I've been in this position as a CEO of my own business now for 21 years. When most people didn't even think I'd make it through one, so. I wasn't supposed to be here, right? You saw me in Head Start. I'm a part of all those programs they're trying to cut. I was a Head Start kid. As a single parent, I got WIC. I grew up in the first HUD housings at the Pueblo of Sandia. My mother's from Sandia. I grew up without a father, so my father figure was my grandfather. So all the stats, all that you could think of, I'm not supposed to be here. And oftentimes we're told that. So I encourage you, what are the core values that you learn from your family? What are the core values that you learn from your community? And how do you hold true to that to overcome the obstacles when people tell you, you don't have a voice at the table? You can't have a business. We don't support you. Even some of the closest people that you thought were your friends, your allies, and your family, that you still stick by your core values. And my core values were faith, family support, and in a business, you have to be reliable and consistent. Half the battle is showing up. Can you show up? The other thing is relationships, our own kinships, right? Connections and networks, and hopefully you do some of that today. A commitment, my commitment, no matter if I've got a federal contract, a state contract, I'm 1,000% for Indigenous justice and Indigenous people. So I never waver from that. And it's my integrity. My word is the only thing that I have. At the end of the day, I have to show up. And did I tell somebody that I would do something? And did I follow through with it? And the other thing is staying curious. I've never been afraid to ask questions. If I saw somebody being successful, I would say, how did you do that? Who do I talk to? And you would be surprised if you stay curious and go ask somebody who's doing something that you think you want to do, they're going to be more than happy to help you. One of the areas I do is professional development. And one of the things that I wish I learned at your age or earlier was the ability to self-regulate or some sort of emotional intelligence. What are you trying to accomplish, and what are those feelings or emotions that keep you down? Is it fear? Is it anger? Is it jealousy? And how do you keep those feelings at bay so you can accomplish what you need to do? But a lot of that is becoming self-aware of your own self. What's triggering me? Do I feel like I'm losing power here? Do I feel shamed out? What is it? And when you recognize those emotions bubble up, just being able to control those and limit those and think more of the positive things in your life. How do you be aware? Talk to somebody. Recognize that negative chatter and it's interesting, but you don't have to live there. Be in the moment, get quiet. We had some of that this morning already. And that self-awareness will allow you to self-correct. We all make mistakes. None of us in life get a pass on pain, but we can always stand back up. The sun comes up the next day, and we can still move on even when things get hard. So the power of words. My grandfather used to say, he was a leader in our community. He would say, don't be afraid of these. If you get a punch, I never promote violence, But it's the words that sting, the words that shame, those don't go away. You can think of a million compliments people have given you, but even to this day, I gotta work on those negative comments that people said to me about me. So those words, the words that we talked about this morning, the word I asked you to think about, think of the positive words in those prayers. Those many words, those one words, those simple words like thank you, it all matters. And to really think positively and speak good words. So I think I touched a little bit about these and the fear-based emotions of anger, jealousy, resentment, and just learning to recognize when that bubbles up in all of us and how we limit that. But I like this one meme where it says fear, it's false evidence appearing real. A lot of times I'm a worrier. Sometimes it works for me because it helps me plan. But oftentimes I like old school, a list of what I'm worried about, make a line through it, what actually happened. Most of what I worried about didn't ever happen. And we really torture ourselves that way. So Indigenous excellence. I work with so many groups. I work with so many youth. I have my own team members. I see Ray Daw here and Regina. And people are so committed to Indian country, right? And so confidence, it's not easy to stand up here. It doesn't mean I'm fearless. I don't have any fear. Confidence is becoming more committed and passionate to the outcome rather than scared of what the process is. So as students, if there's a few messages I want to leave you with is you are the greatest project you'll ever work on. Restart, reset, refocus as many times as you need. Just don't ever give up. So one of the projects that I work on for my company as a Native woman-owned marketing company is 988. And so we collaborated with insurgents, and you see what our team has produced in that collaboration and the importance of behavioral health, mental health. And it's how do we normalize in our tribal communities asking for help? We could have 1,000 parades and 1,000 events, but unless we have those courageous conversations at home, when we hear uncle saying, don't cry like a girl, and we say we're not saying that anymore and ever, even with our voices shaking, those conversations at home, those courageous are gonna make things different for you and for our children and their children. So do never be afraid to ask for help. So I love this. This is my last slide. It's a wish maker, and I don't know, how many of you have seen Res Dogs? Do you remember this last one? Where she calls on our ancestors. Our ancestors prayed for us. I know my grandpa prayed for us. Believe in that. So there are 4 core beliefs that make the most difference, and that's love, self-worth, feeling safe and secure, and feeling whole. So I wish you have an amazing day. I hope there are a few words here that stay with you, not only for the day, but that you can take home, that you could share with family, and have those courageous conversations. I thank you, and I wish you well. If there's any questions you might have, I'll be around here, but I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you. So I guess I get the privilege of announcing the next keynote speaker, and that's Dr. Jana Lee Livingston, a pharmacist, second-year resident. And when I see other Native women with that doctor, I make sure publicly I say it, doctor. Welcome to the stage.
Yat e bino, Shea Janali Livingston Yinshia, Tkatnisa Ninshle, Hasro Bashishin, Arot Urichini Dashiche, Senajinia Deshanale. Nana George Ede Nasha, Aro Shijaya, Charlie Livingston Wilya, Shmaya, Anita James Wilya. Akwit Aldenes Sanchle. Good morning, everyone. My name is Janalee Livingston. I'm from Gallup, New Mexico originally, but I moved out to pursue my education when I was 19 years old. I started working in the hospitals. I've worked at UNM Hospital, Gallup Union Medical Center, the VA. I've worked New Mexico Orthopedics, and most recently Tuba City. I've done pharmacy now, but my first profession was x-rays. I was a very active young kid, and I'm the oldest of 11. So it's very exciting to see the young faces here, and it's very exciting to be among people who are excited to learn. Bihush'ah is what we call it, learning. And when I was growing up, they would tell me, "Isonis'ah," that means to listen. You can learn a lot from anyone about anything if we just sit there and listen. We don't have to say anything. We just sit there, we open our little ears, we close our little mouth, and we listen. And the universe will drop you with knowledge. And it comes from everywhere. It comes from nature, our family, and it comes from teachings too. One of these words is tahu ajit ego. And there's a lot of interpretations of that. We call it bik'ek'o. The roots are deep. And one interpretation is, if it's meant to be, it's for me. But I feel like what is important is that we have to take accountability for our education. We have to make choices in order to get to where we want to be. And those choices come with consequences, and some come with rewards. And we could make bad choices or good choices. Sometimes we don't know which choice that is until after, and that's okay. Everything that we do in life is gonna shape us into who we are, and that's how we learn. Bihush'ah. We're gonna be learning every day. It's a lifelong process. And you can't be afraid to start somewhere. Nobody has all the knowledge in the world. Not one person has a monopoly of this knowledge. So we just need to listen. Isonis'ah. Askitanjin. It was said a long time ago that Navajo was not supposed to be written down. However, I have it written on my note cards, so don't tell anyone. So, Askitanjin, they used to say that Navajo was not supposed to be a written language. We need to speak and listen to each other. This is how we're going to be sharing knowledge. So, Askitanjin, a long time ago, they would gather in places, in ceremonies, even at dinner. We would gather and talk to each other. We need to gather and listen and share what we know. It's our duty and our lifelong process to speak kindly, truthfully, and speak about the realities of life. Hopefully, I can share some knowledge with you, and you can carry it forward. Because this is knowledge that I've learned from my relatives, my grandmother, my aunties, my parents, that is important to me, and hopefully we can impart that knowledge upon the youth. One of those things is let's see here. One of these things within my profession is I wanted to integrate traditional medicine with Western medicine. My family, traditionally, I come from a family of healers. Shanella Sa, she used to be an herbalist. My aunt was a hand trembler. She would diagnose and treat people. My great-grandfather, he was a yebiche dancer. He would do yebiche dances in the winter, and during the summer, he would do a kinasta, coming of age ceremony for women. And I wasn't able to learn those things, but I wanted to learn it my own way. We all have a path and a journey that is unique to us. And it's our duty and our responsibility to pursue whatever that is. And by learning who we are, we can pursue that meaningfully. And Askitajin, a long time ago, there was teachings from the plants and the animals. And one of the plants I wanted to speak about was juniper. I actually brought a bag of it. And you see these trees around. This is juniper. So what we do is it helps us in nourishment, and it helps us, it's a medicine that we use to protect ourselves also. So I was taught that we say a prayer, and every plant and every animal has a unique prayer whenever we want to use it. And so when you collect it, if you choose to harvest it, you have to say thank you. And we can use it for many different things. We use gud for harvesting the leaves. We use it in our ceremonies. We'll burn it. We'll harvest it, we'll dry it, and then we'll use it to throw over the fire and strengthen our prayers. That's one way we use it. There's also little blueberries that grow on that, and we can use those berries for tea. I've also been told that if you do use it for tea, there's a time and a place, right, for everything. So sometimes during the year, the berries are bitter. Sometimes the berries are sweet. And if they're sweet, you can use it for tea. And if you use it, you can save the seeds to make jewelry. I don't know what the traditional name of it is, but I've heard it called ghost beads. So we use every part of the plant. The branches can be further used for blue corn mush. What we do is we'll take the entire branch, we'll burn it over a fire, and then we'll remove it from the fire and tap it over like a piece of fabric, and then we'll collect the ash. We'll use that for blue corn mush to nourish us. And then we could also repurpose that ash for our prayers too. When I was younger, I used to have a lot of nightmares. And my grandmother would put the ash on my forehead when I would wake up in the middle of the night. So when I was growing up, the people with Ash Wednesday, little marks, I thought they all had nightmares. And I was like, oh no. I didn't know what that meant. I was so small. But those are one of the things that I was taught to use it for. And when we use these things, we must look at our intentions and the way we use it. And like I said, we use these things just enough for yourself or to give to your family or friends. We don't harvest 10 bushes, the whole forest. We don't do that. We're not taught to do that. Just what you need. So I hope that this knowledge you can share it later on. Because my aunt, she used to say, one day I won't be here. I need you to learn all this. Listen. And if there's one thing I can impart to you, just listen. Thank you.
Yeah, give it up for Dr. Jenna Lee Livingston. And also to a shout out to Steph Poston. Thank you very much for sharing your words of wisdom and a little bit about your journey. So we're going to move on with our agenda, and make sure to have those red tickets available. So dig through your pockets. Make sure you got one because we're going to pull some raffle prizes. Oh, not raffle. Incentives. There's ribbon skirts, there's Pueblo bread, there's all this stuff. So Heidi, if you can hold, what are we gonna incentivize first?
They could just pick.
Okay. And just a heads up as we go down our agenda, if you are a part of the youth leadership panel, so this is Maya, Sequoia, Max, Lozin, and Kai, please meet Najoni Flake in this room over here, and we'll get you situated, and then we'll call you out here in a little bit. All right, hold your hand up if you have your red ticket. All right, if you did not receive one, you have to go back over there to registration. All right, I'm gonna choose one. I'm not looking, so don't blame me if you don't win yet. All right, here we go. Ticket number 4919138. 4919138. Going once. Dang, they already left. Going twice. No, All right, next one. Here it is. I'll do the last four numbers. 9055. 9055. Nobody? All right. Maybe they went to the bathroom. Next one. Too late, too late. No, just kidding. Alvin and the Chipmunks in the house. Yeah. Where's Simon and Theodore? Oh, cool. I got to prove it. No, just kidding. All right, go ahead and go see. Okay. Ooh, you got a dice to choose from. All right, let's do one more. Let's do one more before we get our youth out here. All right, last four. What did you get? Can I? Look at this. Made by. Oh. Rose skirt. Oh, that's the size. Okay, well, it's a ribbon skirt, so rock it proudly. All right, next winning number is 9054. 9054. Better yell it out before I pick another one. All right, last one, because the youth, I see them getting organized. 9109. 9109. Oh, Clem thought she had it. No, okay. Next one. This is to be the last one, then we'll move on. 9116. 9116. All right. One of our students that's provided the opening song. All right, go ahead and see Heidi over there. She'll get you your. Yep, that's a good bingo. Oh, the alarm went off. Okay, clap it up. Clap it up. All right, snap it up. Talk to me. All right, you're still awake. All right, it is my pleasure to introduce a panel, the Youth Leadership Panel, Youth Leading the Way, and the facilitator. I've known her and her family for a very long time, Najoni Flegg. She is a senior at Albuquerque High School. She'll be facilitating this conversation, and once the students get here, they'll get to introduce themselves. All right, if you're a part of the Youth Leadership Panel, please make your way out. Round of applause. You didn't know it was a fashion show too, right? All right. Come and grab your seats, grab a chair, and make the best semicircle you can. All right, Najoni. And Max, I'll get you one.
Or I can sit on Good morning, Yate Sheena Shelabaha Ainishle, Beshbachai, Bashishtin Kiani Dashache, the Bitchel Dashanale. Hi, I'm Najona Flake. I'm currently a senior in high school. I'm a part of the Navajo Nation, and before we get started with the questions, I want to have each of the panelists introduce themselves.
Yat she kanya zinishe nahobani slo dot CLT bashishchin dashichedo nakai dashinele. Hi, my name is Kylan. I'm a senior at NACA.
Dawa Shawa Shop Sawi Demishe Wahiname Dawaka Osha Chana Kawika Arbuke Sau. Hello, my name is Max Pedro. I'm from Laguna Pueblo.
Yate she Sequoia cells yinshe, Tentna bitlinshle, Tatnazani bashichin, Nana sheja dene dashiche, Torichini dashnale. Hi, my name's Sequoia Cells, and I'm a sophomore at Volcano Vista High School.
Yate again. She loza black cat dashine, Chishinishle, Hachini bachichin, Maidish Kishiche, Batani dashnale. I am from Tuba City, Arizona, and I am a junior at Albuquerque High School.
Yate she'edo mai gishi yenishle, shido to the gojanishne, totoni beshes teen ki ani deshanele, nanesh deja tachini deshache. Hi, my name is Maya Gishi. I'm a junior from Sandia High School, and yeah, I'm a junior.
Yate she'e nabahi laura kineshia, tatna zatni bashishin ashihin dashiche do being put oni dashanala. Hello everyone, I'm from Last Izzy, and I am a senior at Sandia High School.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started with these questions. So these questions are centered around our culture, and it's basically around the purpose of the summit. And anyone can jump in, whoever wants to start it. The first question we have is, how does culture strengthen your educational goals?
I can answer. Okay. My Navajo culture gives me purpose and direction in school. It reminds me that education isn't just for myself, it's for my family, my community, and the next generation after that. Our teachings about respect, balance, and perseverance guide me to stay focused and grounded even when things get hard. My culture pushes me to work towards something meaningful and not just a degree.
I think that my culture, it helps me with my goals because it lets me know what I'm like going to represent in the future. It helps me center myself around things that are going to help me in the future, help my nation, and it just strengthens my responsibilities for it too.
So honestly, my culture gives me direction. It reminds me why I work so hard in school in the first place. Knowing where I come from and who I represent, it keeps me motivated, especially when things get tough. It's not all just about getting good grades. It's about using the education that I get to give back to my people and to show my tradition and pride. It also gives me the ability to show that my culture and traditions still have a place in this world.
You know, in Navajo culture and in Native culture, you are taught customs, how to respect one another, how to talk to one another, and how to be kind to one another. And that's just a foundation for everyone's education and everyone's way of life. It really helps you center yourself and figure out what you are going to do in the future and how to conduct yourself in the present.
Okay, we'll move on to the next question, and that is, what educational opportunities in middle and or high school have encouraged you and how to be connected to your cultural roots?
I can answer this question. I would like to say one opportunity we have was Naka Feast Day. We recently had our 20th Naka Feast Day. I think Feast Day is an amazing opportunity our school provides for us, and it gives us students to perform or wear our student native regalia and to just feel like we belong. And yeah.
So what education opportunities I've gotten from by my culture? So I think it was 7th grade year I joined choir, and because I wanted to get into singing and stuff. And I thought I wasn't gonna be able to sing in Navajo or nothing, just because it was choir, and I also didn't think anyone would like to hear me sing in Navajo. But I think it was sophomore year at Del Norte High School. Mr. G, he did this Native American performing arts thing, and that's my first time I sang in Navajo. And the feedback I got from it was so good. And then that following spring, I was asked to sing for the senior banquet at Isleta. And ever since then, I've been doing that. I've been singing in Navajo for the senior banquet. And then just recently, I think the beginning of this year, Mr. Williams asked me and Sequoia and some other students, Jack over there, hi Jack, he asked if we would want to start a Navajo band, a native band. And that's kind of how I've gotten an opportunity to perform in my own language. And I'm very proud of how far I've come. So, yeah.
Something that's helped me with that is also the band that Mr. Williams started. It's helped me a lot with liking to represent at my school, and also the school groups like NASU's. They really help. They help me connect with other people. And since I'm the president of my own group, it really helps me to put out representation. And I want other people to learn about us, and for the people in my group to learn about each other and their own culture.
So personally for me, it was a lot of work opportunities, such as over the summer, I got to do a internship at ASU over the week. For a whole week, I got to stay in the dorms, and I got to do various cultural activities. I got to learn how to beat out there. And I also got to work with NM Native Vote, which I am currently still doing, which is another good opportunity that I had. And how's it called? Also, another opportunity that I was graciously able to do was NIOC, where it's a NM Native Vote Youth Council again. And it was just focusing on students trying to learn their culture and just providing resources to students so that they have that opportunity and the chance to really engage with their culture.
I really appreciate how these Native groups have come together, because I've seen every single one of these people before when we were doing plays, when we were doing events, and it's really beautiful to meet new Native friends, just because you can connect with them on a deeper level. And I'd like to thank Mr. Williams for helping us create this community that we have. And I really hope that we can all grow together and just be friends and keep connecting with each other even after our education is over, or our professional education, like when we graduate. But it's really nice to see other fellow Native people, Native friends.
The educational opportunities that I have gotten to experience at NACA were how we can all stay connected to who we are, from that being our language classes, or the cultural events like what Max said with the NACA Feast Day. And we also can learn from some of the teachers, our history teacher, Mr. John. He teaches us a lot about some of the old ways that things used to be. And it's made me grow my knowledge of Navajo traditions while also working on my academic goals in his class. and being surrounded by other Native students and teachers who also understand our backgrounds, it makes a huge difference and it makes learning feel more like home.
Thank you for sharing those opportunities. With that, we'll move on to the next question, which is how do you balance maintaining your cultural identity while navigating mainstream education systems?
As a student, I feel like I maintain this balance by expressing my cultural norms. I always try and stay grounded and connected with my community and participating in traditions. At the same time, with my education, I see my education as a tool that can help me connect with my community or give back to my community.
Well, personally for me, balance is I like to try to stay connected with home and my roots. I often travel to Farmington and Sanastize. Out there, I often participate with ceremonies, powwows, just stuff to stay connected. And the way I really find connecting is when you're with your elders, when you can ask all these questions that you might not have known, where in a school setting, you might not really want to ask these questions. So that's how I really find balance.
Personally, I've found balance in Miss Johnson's classroom, where we are learning Diné language as part of the curriculum and part of the Albuquerque High School elective system. So it's kind of really special to have that chance of a balance between education and our culture. The way Miss Johnson does it is she really puts it into a academic sort of light. When we're learning Diné, we learn from a textbook, we learn from charts, we learned about verbs, conjugations, and I think it's really, really special to have that opportunity because not a lot of people have that opportunity to be able to seamlessly connect culture and education.
For me, balance is making sure I do my schoolwork and stuff and my activities. And then on the weekends, I like to go home to my Nolly, and she makes me some good mutton stew, and I do some sheep herding for her. And, yep. I also take care of my horses out there because we move them out there just so they can, be wild horses and roam around, just see what the res is like. So I like to go back home and see my family and my animals that I have over there. So, yeah.
For me, balance is a lot about taking responsibility to do it yourself. And so what I do is that I make sure that I incorporate Native American history, Native American values, or my values into schoolwork that I do. If we're doing an assignment in class, I can think about how it can relate to my culture. And that's how I keep balance.
Okay, those are all very good ways. The next question we'll do is what challenges have you faced as an Indigenous student and how has your culture helped you overcome them? What challenges have you faced as an Indigenous student and how has your culture helped you overcome those?
Okay, so going into high school, I was actually kind of scared to wear traditional just because, students students might make fun of me or I might get some weird looks or something. So I was kind of scared of that. And then I I kind of overcomed it just because I saw a lot of girls like wearing traditional and stuff like that. So now I was like, okay, it's okay for me to wear traditional wear and stuff like that. And yeah, and now I have like a bunch of traditional outfits that I wear for events. One challenge I faced is feeling misunderstood or unseen in a classroom that don't teach Native history perspectives. It can feel isolating at times, but my culture reminds me that I come from strong people who survived so much more. Remembering my ancestors strengthened me to motivate, to keep going, and to use my education as a way to honor them.
For me, it was also wearing like regalia to school because at my sister's school, like she told me like really like scary, ugly things that people have done to her. Like when she wore her regalia, like maybe she'd be wearing it and people would start doing like racist Indian war cries at her, or they'd start like mimicking powwow music. And for a while, I was really scared about it, and I didn't feel really confident. But after getting to know my community within the school, like the Native community, and we all agreed that we would do it at the same time, it was really empowering. And once I actually did it, I didn't get any of that. It was really nice. I knew that people were respectful, and I just really appreciate that.
I remember in my old school, all we got was just a little paragraph on Native history, on the Long Walk, on the Pueblo Revolt. We only got one little paragraph in the textbook. But now seeing it part of the curriculum and being with APS is really exciting and empowering because we have entire classes dedicated to it.
Thank you for those, and I'm glad that you guys have overcome those challenges because it is hard to see as Native youth with those struggles. The next question we'll do is, what does it mean to you to be both a student and a career of your culture?
I think it means a lot to me. I think I hold a bunch of responsibility as a student and Indigenous, and I feel like everywhere I go, I represent my school and my culture. So it means a lot to me.
For me, it means carrying responsibility because, first of all, you have to be a student, and what that means is learning from the world. But being a carrier of culture means keeping your traditions alive and passing them on. What I think about it is what I learned in school can help me support my people. It can also help me push for new incentives for the people. And it just helps me with my culture, learned how to stay true to myself while also doing that. So I think both sides kind of really play together.
Being both a student and carrier are really great opportunities that I'm able to have. Being a carrier means that you understand the fundamentals of the traditional way that you've been taught. And being a carrier also means that you yourself can teach other people and educate them on your people and your traditions and your culture. It's really powerful to be a carrier and a student because throughout life you will always be a student, especially to your teachings and to your language, because there's so many different variations and there's so many different ways that people like to interact and talk, and you learn from your people, from your community, and from your teachers too.
For me, as I said, as like being in charge of my NASU, just helping other people gain the same opportunities that I have is really helpful. And I just want to see people that I'm in charge of have the same opportunities that I do. And so that way I can carry on the tradition for them to be able to learn and grow in that way.
We'll move on to one of our last questions, which is how can schools better include Indigenous perspectives or knowledge in their curriculum?
I think that schools should always make sure that there's a Native community somewhere, like a NASU or a Native club or a Native Performing Arts club. Make sure they have like a Native class. And I think that's what we'll see, and make sure that like in our history classes that we get our history told. And make sure that, people are well aware of, our culture and stuff like that.
I think more schools like NACA should include Wellness Friday. Every month we do a Wellness Friday where we include Indigenous activities or events. And yeah, I feel like we should just involve more activities like that, including the Indigenous perspective.
I think every school should have a fry bread stand during lunch. No, but in all seriousness, it would be really powerful to see more Native voices, more Native history being taught, especially in core curriculum classes, because these Native groups, they're optional, But if you're doing core curriculum classes like English, history, math, there are Native voices in there, and there are Native stories in there that haven't been told, that have barely been told to regular kids. And I think it's important to give our Native people a voice, especially in education, especially without all these clubs, without all these groups. Make sure people know that we are here, who we are, and why we have been here for so long, and that we'll never leave.
Success isn't just about your grades or a degree. It could be about balance, identity, and giving back to your communities. But for me, as a Navajo student, success means staying true to who I am, learning in a way that honors my culture, and using education to help my people. It's about walking in beauty, being strong in both worlds, with knowledge from school and from my ancestors.
Okay. I think you answered our last question, but we'll move on to that one. It's okay. Which is, how do you define success throughout an Indigenous lens in education?
I think success in education through Indigenous lens is to do good in education and to make your elders proud. I think success in education starts with the community, and whether you're using education as a tool or helping the community, I think making your elders proud is what's success in education.
For me, I know that I'd succeeded when other people start asking me and they want to learn from me. Like if I'm able to represent something clearly and they have more questions about it that I'm able to respond to, I think that it's a big part of letting people know who we are. And I just really want people to understand our perspective on things, and when they're really willing to learn it and willing to listen, that's when I know I succeeded.
I think success in education would be learning the fundamentals of your culture and of your language. Because once you understand the fundamentals like sentence structure, how to pronounce words, in the next class we have consonants, consonant pairs, and we have glottal stops. And once you learn how to use those tools, those weapons in your arsenal, you can really take on any task. So as long as you learn the fundamentals, you can properly carry yourself, and I would call that success.
So for me, the definition of success is it's not all about good grades. It's about what you hold true to your heart. Did you truly try your best to learn your traditional, your culture? Did you take that extra step to try and learn your culture, or did you choose to kind of sit back and take the easy route?
Success to me is making sure that like know that like every prayer that my family has done for me, like peyote meetings or like candle dud, that sticks with me forever, because they're praying for me to, have something in life and to grow and to make sure that all my teachings from them during traditional ceremonies that I've learned from them, to make sure that like I've understand their knowledge and to carry it on to like the next generation of my family, and to see how far they will come, and so on and so on.
That's all the questions we have, but now I want to open it up to the audience if you guys have any comments or questions for the panelists.
Hello, my name is Ronaldo Tomorito, and I am on the school board for District 2. I just want to pose a question to all of you, because I think many times we don't reflect on how we need to maintain safe schools. And so in creating safe schools, and what I have witnessed is that bullying is a huge problem in our schools. If you could reflect on that, and possibly maybe you have been bullied, I would just like to pose that question forward to you as students within Albuquerque Public Schools. Have you been bullied?
I haven't been bullied at my school. I think at my school, everyone's very nice, very welcoming. I remember I was very scared to go into the locker room with my regalia on, but once I entered that hallway, all the girls, they seemed really supportive. They're like, "Oh, you're so pretty. Oh, I really like that." And they were curious of what I was wearing. They wanted to learn more about it. And so I think schools like Volcano Vista really do a good job at making sure there's like inclusivity, and maybe it's just the students, I don't know. But from my experience, it was very, very welcoming, and I felt very loved by everyone.
The school that I went to before I went to NACA was a little bit hard. They were a little closed-minded. So when I did wear my moccasins or anything like that, everyone would just kind of be like, "Ew, what are those?" Or "Why are you wearing them?" So that's one of the reasons why I did switch to NACA. And over there, everyone's pretty open-minded, and everyone's just kind of minds their own business, honestly. I went from Del Norte to Sandia, and I think it was maybe last month. It was my first time wearing regalia over there. And in one of my classes, I actually got like bad feedback from this one girl. I was in my choir class, and I was in my regalia and everything like that, she walked up to me and she said, "Ew." And then she just walked away. And I was just like, what the heck? You know, why would you say something like that? Like, what person are you to say something like that to someone who's wearing traditional wear? Like, I don't know. She's also dating a Native American boy, and it's like, you're not disrespecting my culture, you're also disrespecting his culture. You know, what would his Nolly say to you for that? What would she say and stuff like that? And for me, I think I was just blown away that the fact someone said that to me at my new school. And from what I've heard this year, I've been the only person to wear my regalia at school, and it kind of sucks that nobody else wants to wear the regalia. I know Vahi wears his regalia at our school, and I kind of think that we're the only ones and stuff like that, and it's kind of harsh. There's many incidents that I've been in, and the school hasn't really done anything. You know, they don't get, like, these students don't get in trouble. They just like brush it off and move on to the next thing, and it sucks. It really sucks.
After I moved to Albuquerque High, I was really surprised by the actions they took to reduce bullying. The students and the staff and the teachers were very nice compared to my middle school. So it makes me happy to see that people are taking initiative on bullying, because it is a problem. It may be not the same bullying you see in movies or in shows, but it's a different, evolved type of bullying that comes from discrimination and the normalization of racism and like prejudice in this day and age. But it makes me happy to see people actually try to do something about it.
Is there any more questions or comments? Yes.
Well, personally, for me, what I look for in a college is if it has a Native American program and if it has a Native American outreach, such as ASU, where they have one of the first and only Native American libraries where it's full of nothing but Native American books and authors, and their staff is exclusively Native American, so they can really reach out to you. Also, since a lot of Native Americans usually get homesick when they try to go to college, there's a programs for them so that they can help prevent that, help natives not really drop out as much. You spend like 2 weeks ahead of time before the college officially opens, and then while I was there, they gave us a bunch of different programs that they offer there, which is all about welcoming natives and just making sure you feel at home without having any prejudice or racism towards you.
I believe that one thing I look for in a college is location. If it's by one of my four sacred mountains, and just in case, I get homesick and I need to take a walk. And also, if I know that at NAU, they will give you funding to go back to your homeland to visit family for, I believe, about a week, and then they'll bring you back. Just so, again, like, you don't drop out of the school, and so you're not so stressed out.
What I look for is inclusion, especially in the core academics, like what I said earlier, like teaching history, teaching about the accurate representation of Native people, teaching about Native mathematicians, teaching about Native scientists, teaching about Native linguists, because it feels nice to be included. And it makes you really feel like you're meant to be at that college or you're meant to be at that school when the academics mention someone that was like really proficient in that area.
I do honestly think that we should do that. We should put in student input in that because more people, I feel like, would make a move in that. And I honestly didn't know about that. So I feel like if someone in our school kind of taught us about that or let us know, like, hey, you guys should put your input in on this, something like that, then I feel like the majority of us would probably do that.
Yeah. Okay. As a group, we should figure out a way to mobilize and get people on those tasks, because that's it's more commonplace to have Native people excluded from APS events, from planning meetings, from every kind of meeting imaginable. There's overwhelmingly non-Native staff, non-Native planners, but you can see that once our students, Native students, are added in, our input is really important, because we know that there are other Native kids like us who don't really have a voice and who need that voice for them.
Before we close up, I just want to say thank you to all the students for giving your time and answering these questions, and thank you to the audience for listening and giving good questions and comments.
All right. If you could just put your mics on the table, that'd be awesome. All right. Give it up one more time for our youth panel. This is definitely what it's all about. I have a special guest. It's my daughter, Saoirse. Mama is doing a presentation in a little bit, so she's going to hang out with me. So once again, thank you for your questions and listening and your applause. Definitely, there was some nerves when we first started, but once they got in the flow, they did awesome. So thank you very much, young leaders. Many blessings to you and your families, and keep doing amazing things, and you're just getting started. All right, we're going to move along with our agenda right now. So we are going to go into the APS Indian Education Department's new Senior Director recognition and overview of the APS Stoles and Seals program. So I would like to bring up Dr. Danielle Yepa Gunderson, the new Indian Education Director for the Albuquerque Public Schools, and a representative from the Language and Cultural Equity Department of Albuquerque Public Schools is Jessica Cano. Please make your way up here. Slow clap as they make their way. And thank you very much for sticking it out with us. And just know when we go into breakout sessions here in a little bit that the presentations will have their full 45 minutes. So I believe the presenters are prepping for you right now. So just a heads up that your presentations, breakout sessions will be 45 minutes.
Well, good morning. As Mr. Silva has announced, my name is Danielle Yepa Gunderson, or I should say Dr. Danielle Yepa Gunderson. I'm still trying to get used for that title. But yes, I am the new Senior Director of Indian Education at APS, and honored to be able to serve in this capacity. But I do want to say thank you to the students that are here, especially participating in this summit, but especially the student panel that were brave and be able to just give their insight and input. It takes a lot of bravery to get up here and to be able to do that presentation. So students, I want to say thank you. So I am a citizen of the Chickasaw Nation and from Jemison Laguna Pueblo here in New Mexico. I am a product of APS, so I'm proud to announce that I went through K through 12 and also graduated from Del Norte High School. So if we have any Knights in the house. So I'm very excited to come full circle, to be able to be a part of this journey with Indian Ed and to be able to get back to the Albuquerque community. I am also an urban native, so that's important to know of the lens and perspective that I bring to this department and the work that we will do. And so I want to honor the students and families that we serve, especially through APS. That is something that's very important to me. So I welcome any feedback or insight, especially from our parents and families. We want to welcome that especially. But students, I just want to take a moment. As I was listening to a lot of the feedback that this panel was giving, I want to be able to speak with you all in particular. If I could go back and tell my younger self something, I wish I would have told myself that you were not made to blend in. No matter what community that you are serving at your institutions, your schools, you have a voice, you have a story that needs to be told and needs to be heard. And I hope you feel that from this summit and other conferences that you attend, because your voices are the reason why we're here as educators. And so we want to honor you as you go through your journey. Do not be afraid to stand out. As many of the students were sharing, they may be the one person at their institution wearing the regalia. You wear that regalia with pride. Because again, we were not meant to be here, but we are standing. And to Mr. Silva's point, this is not a costume. This is a regalia that I'm wearing with pride. There are ancestors that created that path so we could be standing in this regalia. We say rock your mocks in November. Be proud of Native American Heritage Month that is just right around the corner. Our heritage should be celebrated year-round, but if that is the 1 month you are given, blow it out at your schools, I encourage you. If you do not have Native American clubs, be that one person to be bold. Find that faculty member that you know that can serve in that capacity so you have that voice at your institution. It was also mentioned about higher ed. Native American voices, your voices, have to be heard. And as you get this journey, no matter where you are in your schooling, whether it's high school, you just started as a freshman, sophomore, maybe you're on the end as seniors. Just realize to be at these tables and make these decisions, it comes with education. And I encourage you to pursue that Because again, our ancestors have prayed for that for us, that have led that path for us. And it is our honor and our duty to follow through. We need more representation at these higher education institutions, and not just colleges and universities. We have SIPI that's represented, AIAI. We have TCUs that are in New Mexico, Arizona, in the Four Corner area. Be wise and choose that institution that sees you and that honors your voice. That's going to be very important. You will decide how you learn. Nobody else gets to make that decision. I stand before you. I'm not a valedictorian of that high school I graduated. I'm quite the opposite. Kind of sat at a 2.4 GPA. But that was a decision that I had made. Through my higher education journey, I figured it out. Eventually went and got my master's and got my doctoral degree and graduated with the highest GPA with my doctoral with a 4.1 GPA and with distinction. Both of those are very hard to overcome, and you're looking at a product of APS that brought it. So if I can do it, you can do it, and I want to empower you to do so. Knowledge keepers. They are fading by our fingertips. I stand before you, I've lost 2 of my knowledge keepers, but they also left a legacy behind, and they taught me the power of prayer. I was honored to be able to have that this morning, facing to the east. That was what my Indigenous leader left with me, taught me. And you better believe that every morning I greet the east. We get so busy in this Western world with the hustle and bustle. Do not forget your Indigenous values. That is what's going to carry you through the hard times. That is what's going to make you who you are. And I can't stress that enough. Do not take that for granted, because our Indigenous leaders are not always going to be with us. So value that. Thank them today for the values that they have instilled in you and have passed on. And I leave you with one piece of advice. Live your life with integrity, because at the end, that's all you have. Live your life with honesty. Do you truly know what integrity means? That means living your life no matter who is watching. You're doing right all the time. Make good choices, because I know that's hard in your seats, but those choices can dictate your future. And we need more Indigenous leaders at these tables, and it begins with you. So please know, with Indian Ed, it's not just a department, it's just not a division of APS. We are here to serve you and your families to the best of our ability. And I hope you really, truly know that. So please take advantage of the programs we have, and because there are a lot of things happening even in your own schools, okay? So be excited for your futures, because we certainly want to see the amazing things that you're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gipa Gunderson. So my name is Jessica Cano. I'm the Executive Director of Language and Culture Equity. So I oversee a few departments. I'm like the glue that puts everything together and makes sure that everything's shared out and our services are shared out. So I was asked to share a little bit about our bilingual sales and our sales and stoles opportunities for our Indigenous students. I wanted to share that this is the purpose statement that we've created as a district, and what we're using to guide the work as we create these opportunities for all of you. So I'll read it out, and then we'll go through a couple of things. And for students, there'll be a couple of QR codes for you, so if you could have your phones ready. So Albuquerque Public Schools is committed to honoring multiple pathways for students to obtain skills of bilingualism and biliteracy in diverse languages. These pathways cultivate learning communities that validate students' identities and cultures, foster linguistic and social cultural competence, and promote academic rigor, preparing students for post-secondary success and global citizenship. So really making sure that, I think the people in the room know this, but it's not just about knowing 2 languages, but what those 2 languages represent and what knowledge connects us to, and making sure that we're creating those opportunities for students everywhere they go to school. So I also wanted to point out that our Indigenous languages are written in law. So when students get these seals on their stoles, this is something that the state of New Mexico has created for our students. And it's important to know that we're option 1. So there's lots of pathways, and I'll go through that. But a student who graduates from the state of New Mexico who is able to demonstrate their language through their tribal community, that is something that gets put on their transcript, that is on their diploma, and that is honored. And it's important for us to know that we are first. So there's some other options, I'll breeze through them, but this is not just something that's to be taken lightly. It's something that is done intergovernmental, and it's something that has value and that we need to elevate. And I'm hoping that we take advantage of more. I'm super proud that APS had 2 students successfully complete this process. So we have 2 students who graduated with the class of 2025 with their bilingual seal in Dene language. Their teacher, Ms. Shannon Johnson's right there. Lots of teachers in the room have supported these students. So I just wanted to point that out, that it's not just APS. This is something that is valued and that's super important. Okay. And then these are just the options. This is the information directly from the state of New Mexico. I'll skip through the rest. There's an option for students who are taking other languages. There's different tests. It's directly tied to the classes they take, all of that stuff. And APS also honors that. So if you want to be trilingual and that's an option for you, that's also available to you. I'm going to skip through to where that QR code is. So in addition to what the state offers, APS has created different pathways to honor culture and identity. So students, if you don't mind scanning that QR code, in addition to the state seal of bilingualism and literacy, we have 3 seal opportunities. All of these opportunities, in addition to the recognition, come with a stole that you get to wear during graduation, and you'll get patchwork depending on what you've completed. So what the QR code is, it takes you to this booklet. One of the options is our tribal seal. You do write a reflective essay on your tribal identity. These are some of the guiding questions. These all are written work in addition to a presentation in person. So in addition to the essay that you should be getting support from the adults that are supporting you, you're going to be putting together a tribal presentation. Here's some examples of things that we have seen students do, but it's really open to what you see demonstrates your culture and what is important to you. So some of the examples we have here are dance, music, food, quilt work, hair tying, storytelling. There's a bunch of different things that you could do, and really that's going to be part of the process is going through this. It's something I wish I would have done as a young person, really taken the time to reflect on my culture, what it means, and also what are the next steps. So how does this identity, this language, everything that we have with us carry me to the next step, and how do I bring all of that with me? So this is the tribal presentation or the tribal seal. We have a distinguished learning seal. We recommend you start this before senior year, but it is 30 hours of community service tied to your community. And then you write an essay and do a presentation on what that means. So we have a list of community partners that we work with, but we're also willing to work with you to connect you to partners so that work is meaningful to your identity and your personal tribal community. This is also a presentation. And then in addition to that, we have our APS bilingual seal. Currently, we have agreements with two communities. So we are able to offer Zuni 1 and 2, 3 and 4, Navajo 1, 2, 3 and 4. But students who complete Zuni 1 and 2 can complete also a language demonstration and get an additional seal, and that goes on their stole for graduation. Really, I was just asked to kind of give you guys an overview, but for students, just making sure that you're aware of these opportunities. These things are great, and I think it's awesome. We celebrate you, but it's really about the experience. So that paper is very important, and it's important that we're in law, but days like today and these experiences and the process of learning that happens and you getting to reflect on who you are and how that will open up doors for you is really what I invite you to celebrate. That's really what's going to carry you forever and ever, and it's going to establish who you are and help you keep all of those important things with you everywhere you go. But that's just kind of an overview of all the technical parts of these Sills and Stoles and opportunities, and we really hope that all of you students take advantage of it. There's lots of teachers in the room who have a lot more intricate details and who really do the work of supporting students through this, but it's a very valuable experience. So we hope that you guys will take advantage of it and participate. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, ladies. And one more big round of applause. And thank you very much, Dr. Yepa Gunderson. And good luck with your appointment. Appreciate you guys. All right. So we've heard from youth. We've heard from some community champions as well. So it is breakout time. So if everybody can please stand up. Please stand up. All right. I think your butts got flatter. Hey. All right. So let's get our bodies ready. If you can just walk in place a little bit, shake your hips out a little. I know it's tough sitting down. Thank you very much for your active listening and getting into it. So just know that these upcoming breakout sessions, they thought of you in advance in regard to the theme of the reason why we gather. So again, there's community champions from all over Albuquerque and possibly the state as well. So there are 7 breakout sessions to choose from. And make sure you read the description and just know they have 45 minutes to wow you. And then we'll go into lunch and then we'll have another time for breakout sessions during that time. Okay, so going to your agenda. You have breakout session number 1, Youth Leading the Way to Healthier Indigenous Communities. That is in room 201. In room 203, you have breakout session number 2, Centering Reciprocity, Reflection, and Responsibility, Exploring Our Positionality in Indigenous Education. Room 202, Education Opportunities Beyond High School. Breakout session number 4 in room 101 and 101B, Movement with Powwow Wellness with Nico DeRoy Silva. Have to put that out there as my wife. Go check her out. And a former NACA student, Naomi Sky. Room 102A and 102B, Cooking with Chef Bailey. Ooh. Session number 6 in room 113, Project Venture, A Pathway to Your Future. A lot of great people in there. One NACA alumni, Mr. Nicholas Felipe. And then some other amazing people with Project Venture. And 114, last one, is Investing in the Future of Native Students, Direct Cash Transfers as a Policy Tool for Native Student Success. All right, everybody, you are free to go. Oh, and fresh Chef Bailey is in the hallway. So if you want to go check out Chef Bailey, they will be in the hallway. So go check it out. So again, make your way there as quickly as possible. We're still trying to play catch up, but just know that your presenters, the sessions will still be 45 minutes. All right, have fun and enjoy. We'll see you back here for lunch. Thank you very much for being with us.
it.
And just a reminder, relatives who are right here, that the wellness room is in 112. 112, if you need a space to reflect and just be yourself, go check it out in room 112.
Wait, can I turn it on? Test, test. Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Which one sounds better? Test.
It should be the same.
Test, test. Test. Okay. I think, because, check your.
Different one. So test, 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 test. 1, 2, test, test.
Okay.
I think it's good.
I think it's good too. Okay. Do you not hear that, like, that weirdness? Do you hear the weird? It's like, or is that me?
It goes silent sometimes. It like flats out.
Sound. I wonder, does yours have? Do I just sing one of our songs?
No.
Yeah, go for it. Or sing something else.
Sing something very quiet.
I have been changed. See, did no one hear that in and out? I have been changed for good. Okay, let me. I have been changed. Okay, I'm gonna stick with this.
They're on the other side.
Change. Okay, this one.
That's perfect.
Am I good? Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Okay, Jack, play. Okay, play at the same time. Okay, Marcelo is a little bit turned up.
Okay, should I turn myself up? Let's do it with Sequoia singing.
In concert?
Yeah.
Never mind, guys. Guys, he's over there.
Okay, who is louder? Should I turn up?
I don't know. I think you need to turn up. Mr. Williams, can you check my work and see if I did that right?
Okay, and then remember, volume control. Make sure if the girls are, if you feel like you're too loud, just bring yourselves back. You know, you gotta make sure to sing.
All right, relatives, if you made your way into the auditorium, lunch is being served right now. Just follow all the hungry faces. So once you get your lunch, please come back here. We'll be doing some incentive distribution, and also too, we have a wonderful performance by some students. So we'll introduce them here in a little bit. So you're in for a lunchtime treat. So once again, lunch is served. So please go out and partake. Thank you to Cleo's Blue Corn Kitchen for showing up for us. That's my baby girl. Oh.
But I didn't see a green outfit.
It'll pop here and they'll have to skip right here.
I like your
Come on, let's. I don't know. She went somewhere.
But I can't find her. Maybe she's on this side. Why are you ready? Why are you?
There's a. Organized keeps.
Okay.
We had some of this earlier.
I like your kitty mask.
Everything go okay?
Yeah, it was good. It's good.
Good job, Naomi. Yeah, you get this. Once you're done.
Put it back in the bag. Of course, of course.
Yeah, lamb. What? Yeah, he made up. Oh, nice. Oh, I didn't know this here. Kind of like, I think she may be over here. I don't know. She was looking here. Oh. All right, if you just arrived in the auditorium, lunch is being served. There's tamales, there's veggie and pork, I believe, some fruit, Cleo's famous blue corn muffins, and there's some wild tea as well. So make sure you partake. And again, we'll be having some lunchtime entertainment here in a little bit by a student band organized and mentored by Mr. John Williams. All right, just a pause in the music. So I hope you guys are having a great day. So again, thank you very much for sticking it out with us. We're in lunchtime mode right now. So thank you very much to Cleo's Blue Corn Kitchen for hooking us up for lunch. And I hope your sessions went well, taking some tools, some knowledge with you back home or back to your school. So everybody's getting lunch right now. So we're going to wait to get the band out here. So stick around. We have some amazing lunchtime entertainment. So we have the band. I'll give them a holler right here in a little bit. So they have a cool little catchy name. It's called Midnight Mutton. Midnight Mutton, and it's led and mentored by Mr. John Williams. So I'll share more about my experience with Mr. Williams here in a little bit. So stick around. Lunchtime entertainment coming at you. Thanks.
It's like you're coming out of one little speaker. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Test, 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 test. Test. Test.
Yeah, let's just leave it.
All right, since you all are in here, if you can grab your red tickets, I will shout out some incentives. All right, everybody have their red tickets. And thank you very much for coming in here right away. All right, first ticket, 9142. 9142. Going once, going twice. No, You guys have an advantage since you're in here. Next one is 9156. 9156. No, All right, gonna keep going. 9146. Did I just say that? 9156. No? All right. Nobody wants incentives. 9154. 9154. Going once, going twice. No. Yeah, let me do one more. 9000. 9,000. Someone who let the cow in. Somebody's. So the last one was 9,000. 900. 0. Okay, I'm gonna read those numbers again. There was 5 of them that I called. 9142. 9156. 9146. 9154. And 9,000. 9000. All right, I'm gonna pick some more. Stacy Vicente. Yeah? All right, come on over here. All right, come and see Heidi over here. You can choose your prize. Thanks for being here. All right, next one is 9006. 9006. Nope. Next one, 8972. 8972. 8972? Nobody. 9155. 9155. No bingo. 9145. 9145. Nobody. Okay, we'll go until we get a winner and then we'll bring on the mutton. 8991. Yes, all right. Thank you for being here. It pays off to eat lunch in the auditorium. All right. Good. We trust you. All right. Heidi, good? Yeah, we're good. Okay. All right, relatives, we are back. We're still in our lunchtime session. I hope you're having some good eats. Your stomachs are happy. Definitely Cleo's Blue Corn Kitchen does a great job. I always see her all over Albuquerque. So it is time for your lunchtime entertainment. A gentleman that I've known since I was a junior in high school, Mr. Williams. He's still making moves, inspiring young musicians, students to do their best. So shout out, big up to Mr. Williams for all the work that you do. All right, so we're gonna bring on a student band. They are called Midnight Mutton. Give them some love.
All right. Midnight Mutton here. Check 1 2. Check. I need more beef. Is there someone up there? Check. Okay, I won't make too big of a deal here. Once again, it's good to see everybody out there. I was kind of worried there for a while whether there would be any people in the audience for my students to perform for. My name is Mr. John Williams. Mr. Williams, I'm one of the old veteran Indian Ed staff members. And I spent many years at Highland High School. And then I eventually retired. And then I was called back to help out again. And that was the biggest, best call I got in the world right there. And but the condition that I made, this thing is really sensitive to the high. The condition I made is that I'm going to bring my instrument with me to work. And the only reason I made that decision is, you know, in my travels around the world, and I do play, been in a couple of pretty good bands. there was always music. When I was in Switzerland, everywhere we went, even in buses, when we'd get into buses, there was cellos and you know, everything, you know, in Mexico, in Mexico, you know, it's like everyone has music in their system. And among natives, that's a part of us as well. You know, every time I watch anything that's in an old traditional video or something like that, I always hear singing. But when I tried it with my students, they were really in shock for the most part. But let's fast forward to now. Last summer, I was teaching over at Valley High School. And I had some students in my class, and I took out my guitar just like I always do, because I really do feel like it is it's a very important part of motivating the students. I don't have anyone complaining. And that's how I met Maya over there. Peek around the corner, Maya. She was in my class. And when I started playing, pulled out my guitar, it was like magic happened, okay? And then at the same time, right next to the room next door, she kept coming by my room looking for Band-Aids. And after about the 5th Band-Aid, I figured she's interested in those instruments and the music vibe that we're putting on in that class. So, but then we transitioned to regular academic learning, and it works. And you build a family. I don't know. I could go on and on about what it does for the students. But anyhow, this started out as a little recording project, because we had a few songs that I wanted to make sure that music was spread throughout the district in every school, that every class could listen to these things and sing. You know, it's an amazing what singing does. And so they were going to make a recording. And I met with them about 3 or 4 times. You two, come on out. These 2 girls, they were by themselves. Their families supported them, stand-up family members. Well, they sat lower when I said that, you know, and they trusted, you know, that this is something worthwhile. And after a few weeks, it was like, gotta take it to the next step. There's no way we're just gonna record and then pass this tape around and think we're done. And so in Maya, I will say, these are both outstanding individuals here. Both outstanding. I can't believe I'm so fortunate to be able to work with all of these people. But Maya and Sequoia are the ones that said, you know, we need to take this to the next level. And Maya really gave me a list about 15 guitar players to hit up. And but in my wandering around Albuquerque High with my guitar, I saw another guy walking around with his guitar. And I said, do you know where the guitar class is? And he goes, I don't know, but I'll help you. And that's Jack, come on out. Took care of me. Took me all over the school, and we never found the guitar class. We never found it. But we ended up in my classroom, and I said, take out your guitar, let's see what you got there. And then I knew that something great was gonna happen. So, and in that list that Maya made, you know, one of the individuals that came out is Marcelo. And yeah, dang, I couldn't believe it. It's like magic. It's like magic. And immediately, the good thing that, the fortunate position I have right now is I don't teach guitar. I work with musicians that kind of have a little background. I can't start from square one. I didn't have to start with square one with any of these. Now, I want to also bring out one of our newest members here. Very important guy. I met him last year. Met him last year. And then I was helping out with some of the events, you know, going on at Del Norte. I want to, congratulate, Miss Gorman for doing a good job over there at Del Norte. Anyhow, she always supports what we do. And this young man took a risk, had his family backing him, and is an integral part of our program right now, our little recording group. Let's wave to the crowd, Gib. I'm going to give the mic to them eventually before the end so that they can introduce themselves right. But at this time, this is the result. I also want to thank Indian Ed for, supporting this. This is sort of like you have to take a risk. It's like a business adventure or venture. Invest a little bit. Hopefully it works. If not, you pack off and try something else. Well, I can say one thing. This was a good investment right here. I'm proud of these. Some of you might know that I do music. I've been all over the world. I'm not trying to brag or anything, but it's just the way it is. And this morning, I had the biggest butterflies on this planet. And I'm not going to even play. I was sitting there just going nuts. And I was thinking, I hope they're okay. I'm not. But look, they're okay. Anyhow, I'll shut up and we'll go ahead and get started. Let's give it up for the Muttoneers. Oh, sorry. What was the name again?
Midnight Mutton.
Hello, my name is Maya, and over here we have Sequoia, our violinist, and our vocalist. And then on guitar over here, we have Marcelo Follingstad, guitarist, and then we have Gib right here, drummer. And then over here we have Jack. And he's a guitarist, and we are
Midnight Mutton. The first song that we'll be doing is a Dakota love song or lullaby. It's very calm, smooth, and it really soothes you with its melodic, repetitive lyrics.
Leche kuna chigute wana leche kuna ingpate nawaje leche kuna chigute wana leche kuna ingpate. Ingpate nawaje leche kuna chigute wana leche kuna ingpate. Ingpate nawaje leche kuna chigute wana leche kuna ingpate. Ingpate nawaje leche kuna chigute wana leche kuna ingpate. Ingpate nawaje leche kuna chikute wana wana leche kuna impate wana leche kuna impate. Okay, so there's one part in the song, and as the audience, we are going to need your help. So, do we go over it with them?
No, they'll figure it out. I believe
Okay,
you guys.
just know if I go like this, or
Just follow after us.
sing, okay? Yes, sing. Okay. Again. Okay.
did it. We did it. All right.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Next song.
Ready?
Next song. You count us off.
Okay, I'm gonna follow you.
All right. All right. The next song is a Navajo social song. It's a pretty nice song. It's really upbeat, it's really groovy. So I hope you enjoy it.
Yoshina ene yana, Yoshina ene yana, Yoshina ene yoe yana. Yoshina ene yana, Yoshina ene yana, Yoshina ene yoe yana. Shoshki, yala gonna go, nijona go, but not a jish, yo, ya, ya. Shoshki, yala gonna go, nijona go, but not a jish, yo, ya, ya. Yoshina ene yana, Yoshina ene yana, Yoshina ene yoe yana. Shoated, yala doya ago, nijona go, but not a jish, yoe yana. Shoated, yala doya ago, nijona go, but not a jish, yoe yana. Yoshina ene yana, Yoshina ene yana, Yoshina ene yoe yana. Yoshina ene yana, Yoshina ene yana, Yoshina ene yoe yana. Yoshina ene yoe yana.
All right, what'd you think of that? Pretty good, huh? Pretty good. First time I was able to I didn't have to bring my guitar for the first time in many, many years. I felt kind of funny just sitting there like nothing in my hands. But when you have a group like this, it's way better. It's great. Let's give it up for them one more time. One more time. I want each of them to introduce themselves, including their tribal affiliation or nationality. Everyone's proud of who they are, Doesn't matter in this book, and in the native way. From what I've always experienced is that, natives, and I grew up on the Navajo reservation, kindergarten, as a kid, and we never discriminated. We never saw colors. Our friends were just who our friends were. And, that's the kind of vibe that we want. When we played football together, got in trouble together, no problem at all. So, go ahead and introduce yourselves or pass it around. And first, you guys with your clans.
Yate she'edo margishi yenishle she'tode gojinishne totsuni bashishtin ki ani dashinele naish deje tatitni dashite shema Emily Johnson roya shishije Evan Singishi yenishle. Yeah. Oh, I'm Navajo. Yate she'e sequoia sos yinshe tsetna bichinshle tatna zani bashichin todichini dashinele and wait, Toricini Dashinale Nanasheja.
My name is Marcelo Fallingstad. I am half Brazilian and half American.
Oh, yeah.
My name is Gimanasi McKay. I'm Cree Wood in Aztec.
All right, there you go.
I'm Jack Verdeen, and I'm German.
All right, very good. Hey, they forgot their schools. Which school are you guys from? That's one thing I'm proud of, is that they're all from different schools. That's the other thing. They're all from different schools. They have to get out, out of their little district areas and come to Albuquerque High for rehearsal.
Whoops. I'm from Sandia High School. It's just that way.
I'm from Volcano Vista High School, and it's all the way over there on the west side.
I'm from Del Norte, and it's about like, I don't know, over there.
I'm also from Del Norte.
I'm from Albuquerque High School. Go Bulldogs.
All right, one last round of applause for these beautiful students and human beings here. I'm so proud of them. Go ahead and take your stuff with you. Oh, we're going to call it, that's it. All right. Midnight Mutton, everybody. Thank you very much. They call their fans mutton lovers. So they're selling t-shirts out in the lobby. No, just kidding. All right. So we're going to move into our last breakout session. Thank you very much for hanging in there with us. But again, you have 7 breakout sessions to choose from. And they are listed on your agenda. I don't want to waste any more time reading it off, but look at your agenda, see which one resonates with you, and go there. So if you're in the building and you did a presentation earlier, thank you very much for your time and your commitment, dedication to helping this 4th annual Urban Indigenous Education Summit be a success. So, all right, we're going to break for breakout. So enjoy. And then I believe we'll make an announcement. Oh, one thing to do, go get some free stuff from IA, they have some cool pens, stickers. 988 has some great merch as well. And also, too, the Native Professional Advancement Center has some things, too. All right, ready, set, go. And just a reminder, presenters, you have 45 minutes for your breakout.